Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient halls of Khazad-dûm trembled beneath the misty mountains, not with terror as they had for countless ages, but with the resonant song of dwarven hammers striking stone once more. The sealed eastern gates, once a monument to tragedy and loss, now stood open, spilling golden light across the valley where the mirror reflected stars, even in daylight. From these depths came not the dread whispers of nameless horrors, but the clear, bell-like echoes of dwarven voices raised in songs not heard in Middle-earth for generations. In the peaceful hills of the Shire, far from the grandeur of mountains and the memory of ancient kingdoms, Frodo Gardener knelt among the roses of Bag End. Soil darkened his fingernails as he tended the flowers his father had planted decades before. At 42, Frodo possessed the sturdy frame of his namesake, yet carried his father's gentle expression. Sam Gamgee's legacy lived in the carefully tended gardens of Hobbiton and in the quiet wisdom of his youngest son. "Mr. Frodo, sir," called a breathless voice, belonging to young Hamfast Goodchild, the postmaster's apprentice. "There's folk at the borders, dwarves, sir, asking for the gardener of Bag End by name." The tremor had come 3 days prior, a strange shuddering in the earth that rattled teacups in Hobbiton and sent ripples across the water. Most hobbits had attributed it to distant thunder, but Frodo had felt something more profound in the vibration, a stirring of ancient powers long dormant. Within the hour, Frodo stood before 3 dwarves clad in mail that gleamed like silver fish scales. Their leader, a dwarf with a forked beard braided with gold wire, bowed with ceremonial precision. "Gimli Glóin's son sends his regards to the son of Samwise the Brave," he declared. "I am Thorin III, emissary of Durin the Eight, king under the mountain." The halls of Khazad-dûm have awakened, and the king requests the presence of a representative from the Shire, specifically the lineage of those who walked with the ring-bearer. Beneath the curious eyes of his neighbors, Frodo felt the comfortable predictability of his life beginning to unravel. He had heard his father's stories countless times, tales of darkness and light, of friendship forged in the fires of Mount Doom, yet he had never imagined himself stepping into their echo. "Why me?" Frodo asked, his voice small against the grandeur of the request. "I'm just a gardener." The dwarf's eyes twinkled beneath bushy brows. "Sometimes, Master Gardener, it is those who best understand growing things who recognize when something should remain buried." The journey eastward passed in a blur of landscapes, changing from the gentle rolling hills of the Shire to the weathered majesty of the misty mountains. Frodo found himself increasingly aware of his smallness in the world, yet strangely comforted by the memory of his father's words. "It's the small folk, Mr. Frodo, that keep the darkness at bay, not with grand deeds, but by remembering what's worth protecting." At last, they stood before the eastern gates of Moria, where the ancient inscription once proclaimed, "Speak, friend, and enter." The words remained, but now gleamed with fresh gilding, and beneath them stood a regiment of dwarf guards bearing axes with blades that caught the light like captured flame. The entrance to Khazad-dûm was no longer the dark, forbidding doorway of legend, but a thoroughfare humming with activity. Dwarves pushed carts laden with oars, scholars carried scrolls, and artisans transported tools for the Great Restoration. The darkness had been pushed back by thousands of crystal lamps that lined the walls, casting rainbow light across the polished stone. "And how is this possible?" Frodo whispered to Thorin as they descended into the grandeur of the ancient kingdom. The stories speak of shadow and flame, of a terror that could not be defeated. "The Balrog was vanquished by Mithrandir," Thorin replied, his voice echoing against the stone. "But its corruption lingered like poison in the bones of the mountain." 3 moons passed, King Durin the Eighth discovered what our ancestors had sought for generations, the Scepter of Durin the Deathless, hidden away before the Balrog's awakening. It carries the power to cleanse stone and metal of dark enchantments. They passed through halls where dwarven stonemasons worked to repair pillars carved to resemble mighty trees, their stone branches supporting vaulted ceilings lost in shadow. Deeper they went until they entered the Chamber of Mazarbul, once the final resting place of Balin and his doomed colony, now transformed into a hall of glittering splendor. At its center stood King Durin the Eighth, broad-shouldered and solemn, his beard cascading over a breastplate of mithril etched with constellations. In his hands rested a scepter of dark metal, crowned with a blue-white crystal that pulsed with inner light like a captured star. "Welcome, son of Samwise," the king's voice rolled like distant thunder. "You stand witness to the rebirth of Khazad-dûm, made possible by the discovery of the most precious artifact of our people, the Scepter of Purification." Frodo bowed awkwardly, painfully aware of his travel-stained clothes and dirt-rimmed fingernails among the finery of the dwarven court. Yet when he raised his eyes, he found no judgment in the king's gaze, only a weary wisdom that reminded him, strangely, of his father in his final years. "The ceremony begins at moonrise," announced the king. "Representatives from all free peoples will witness the final purification of the lower halls, cleansing Khazad-dûm forever of the Balrog's shadow." The Chamber of Light, as the dwarves called it, lay at the heart of Moria, where natural shafts in the mountain allowed the moon's radiance to penetrate the depths. Here gathered an assembly unlike any since the Council of Elrond, tall elves from the fading havens, men of Gondor in silver and black, representatives of the Beornings, and even a contingent of Ents who had to stoop beneath the high ceiling. When the first moonbeam touched the crystal embedded in the chamber floor, King Durin raised the scepter. The gem at its crown caught the light, multiplying it 1,000-fold, until the chamber blazed with blue-white radiance. The king began to chant in Khuzdul, ancient words that seemed to resonate within the stone itself. The light from the scepter flowed outward in rippling waves, like water disturbed by a falling stone. Where it touched the walls, veins of corruption, black and viscous as old blood, began to recede and dissolve. Frodo watched in wonder, but a movement at the edge of the gathering caught his eye. 3 figures in grey robes, their faces obscured by deep hoods, their hands making subtle gestures at their sides. The hobbit felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. With shocking swiftness, the grey figures lunged forward. A blast of energy knocked the dwarven guards aside, and one of the attackers seized the scepter from the king's grasp. The crystal's light flared painfully bright, then dimmed as if smothered. "At last!" cried the tallest of the grey-robed figures, throwing back his hood to reveal a face of terrible beauty, with eyes that held no whites, only swirling darkness. "The power to reverse the diminishing. With this, we shall restore what the Valar have allowed to fade and create a new kingdom of unending magic." Chaos erupted. Guards rushed forward only to be thrown back by invisible forces. The leader of the attackers raised the scepter high, and the crystal began to pulse with an ominous red light. Beneath their feet, the stone floor trembled. "You fool!" shouted King Durin. "The purification is incomplete. The Balrog's essence still lingers in the deepest chambers. You risk awakening what remains of its spirit." The wizard's laugh was cold. "A risk I gladly take. Better to rule alongside a Balrog than watch the last magic leave these shores." As if in answer to his words, a distant roar echoed through the mountain, and the temperature in the chamber rose perceptibly. The floor beneath them shuddered again, more violently. Amid the confusion, Frodo found himself forgotten, a small figure easily overlooked in the clash of great powers. He slipped between struggling bodies, making his way toward the wizard who held the scepter. The words of his father came to him unbidden. "The right moment to act, Mr. Frodo, often passes unnoticed by all except the one meant to seize it." With hobbit stealth, honed by childhood games of hide and seek, Frodo approached unseen. The wizard was focused entirely on the growing power in the scepter, his companions creating a barrier against the advancing guards. Frodo lunged, not for the scepter itself, but for the wizard's ankles. His small weight was enough to unbalance the man, sending him staggering forward. The scepter flew from his grasp, arcing through the air toward the central shaft of moonlight. Time seemed to slow as Frodo dived, his hands closing around the cold metal shaft. The crystal's heat seared his palms, but he held tight, rolling to his feet with surprising agility. "Destroy it!" cried some voices. "Use it to seal the depths forever!" shouted others. "The power could restore Erebor to its greatest glory," called a dwarf lord. The cacophony of demands washed over Frodo as he stood, small but unmovable, at the center of the conflict. The scepter pulsed in his hands, and he felt its power, the temptation to reshape, to restore, to rule. In that moment, he understood what his namesake had faced with the One Ring, different in purpose, but alike in temptation. The promise of power beyond measure, the whispered assurance that he alone could wield it wisely. Another tremor shook the chamber, stronger than before. From far below came a sound like distant flame. "It's coming!" whispered Frodo, and somehow his quiet voice carried through the clamor. "We've awakened it!" He looked at King Durin, whose eyes reflected understanding beyond his years. "This was never meant to create or rule," Frodo said, holding up the scepter. "Only to heal what was broken and then return to sleep." Without waiting for approval or consensus, Frodo stepped into the shaft of moonlight. The crystal blazed anew, but this time with a clear, pure radiance that seemed to draw the very shadow from the corners of the room. "And as the gardener tends the soil, preparing it for new growth," Frodo recited, words coming to him from some deeper wisdom. "So let this power cleanse what was corrupted and then rest until needed again." He drove the base of the scepter into a small fissure in the stone floor. The crystal flared one final time, sending a pulse of light that raced outward in all directions, down into the deepest recesses of Khazad-dûm. The mountain shuddered, not in awakening rage, but in final release. When the light faded, the scepter stood embedded in stone, its crystal dim but intact. The distant roaring had ceased. King Durin approached slowly, looking not at the scepter, but at the small hobbit who had driven it into the stone. "You could have claimed its power," he said quietly. "Many would have." Frodo smiled, thinking of his garden at Bag End. "Your power isn't meant to be claimed," he replied, "only borrowed for a time, like everything else in Middle-earth." When Frodo Gardner returned to the Shire months later, Few noticed any change in the quiet hobbit who tended the gardens of Bag End. Only those who knew him well observed a new depth in his eyes, a look that his father Sam had carried until his dying day. In the years that followed, strange travelers occasionally came seeking the gardener of Bag End, dwarves with rich gifts, elves with ancient songs, and men bearing messages from distant kings. To all, Frodo offered the same simple hospitality: a seat in his garden, a mug of tea, and the wisdom of one who had glimpsed the great pattern and chosen to tend his small corner of it with newfound purpose. And if sometimes, on clear nights, he gazed eastward toward the distant mountains with a look of wonder and remembrance, well, that was simply the way of hobbits who had ventured beyond the borders of the Shire and returned to value its peace all the more deeply. In Khazad-dûm, the Scepter of Durin remained embedded in stone, its power dormant but not destroyed, a reminder that some things in Middle-earth were meant not to restore the glories of the past, but to heal the present and protect the future, a lesson taught by the smallest and most overlooked of its peoples. Story 2. The withered stalks of what should have been Hobbiton's most bountiful harvest in decades, bent like mourners at a funeral, their once vibrant leaves now spotted with an iridescent purple blight that seemed to pulse with a malevolent light of its own. Rose Gamgee stood at the edge of her family's field, the morning mist curling around her ankles as she pressed a handkerchief to her nose, masking the sickly sweet smell of decay that hung in the air like a shroud. As the great-granddaughter of the legendary Samwise, she had inherited not only his sturdy frame and honey-colored curls, but also his deep connection to growing things. Now that connection brought her only grief as she felt the land suffering as if it were her own. It spread to the Proudfoots, orchards overnight, announced Fosco Boffin, the mayor's assistant, his round face pinched with worry as he approached. The apples are falling half-rotten from the trees. The Tyne has called an emergency council. Rose nodded grimly, her fingers instinctively reaching for the worn leather pouch at her belt that contained her collection of healing herbs. For 3 weeks, she had tried every remedy passed down through generations of hobbit healers. Sage and thyme, nettle and comfrey, all had failed against this unnatural blight that had appeared first as tiny purple spots on the leaves of vegetables, then spread with frightening speed to grains, fruits, and even the hardy pipeweed that was the pride of the South Farthing. The great smile of Tuckborough buzzed with anxious voices as hobbits from all 4 farthings gathered, their normally jovial faces now creased with fear. Food stores would last through winter, perhaps, but what of spring planting? What of trade with Bree and the settlements of men? Most troubling of all were the whispers of children falling ill in the outlying farms, developing the same purple spots on their skin after handling blighted crops. When Rose's turn came to speak, she stood, her small stature belying the strength in her voice. "This is no natural sickness," she declared, silencing the murmurs. "I've consulted all the healing texts passed down from the War of the Ring. This blight bears the marks of something from the dark days, something magical in nature." The word magical sent a ripple of discomfort through the assembly. Hobbits had little use for magic, preferring the predictable comforts of hearth and home. "What would you have us do?" asked the Tyne. Peregrine took the fourth, descendant of the famous Pippin who had ridden with kings. "Send for help from Gondor. By the time messengers reached the White City, our fields might all be dust." Rose straightened her shoulders. The old texts speak of similar blights in the northern kingdoms before they fell. There may be answers in the ruins of Fornost or Anuminas. "I request permission to seek them out." A shocked silence fell over the gathering. Hobbits did not venture into the wilds, had not done so since the days of Frodo and the Ring, Yet, as protests rose, Rose remained steadfast. "My great-grandfather did not set out seeking adventure either," she reminded them quietly. But when darkness threatened, he did what was needed. 3 days later, with the reluctant blessing of the Tyne and a pony laden with provisions, Rose crossed the boundaries of the Shire. The familiar rolling hills gave way to the wilder landscapes of Eriador, where ancient ruins stood like teeth against the sky, and the shadows seemed to linger even under the midday sun. On the 7th day, as she made camp in the shadow of a standing stone carved with weathered runes, Rose first noticed she was being followed. Quick movements at the edge of her vision, the occasional snapped twig that her pony's ears pricked toward. Drawing her small knife, more a gardening tool than a weapon, she called out with more courage than she felt. "I know you're there. I mean no harm, but I will defend myself." The laughter that answered her was not what she expected, rough and guttural, yet with a strange note of appreciation. From behind a cluster of gorse bushes emerged a figure that sent ice through her veins. Tall and broad-shouldered, with mottled greenish skin and amber eyes that caught the firelight. An orc, not in the black armor of old tales, but dressed in rough leather garments adorned with bones and feathers. "Defend yourself with that?" The orc gestured at her knife with what might have been amusement. "Might as well try to fell a troll with a blade of grass, little dig-dweller." Rose's hand trembled, but she held her ground. "What do you want with me?" The orc studied her with unsettling intensity. "Not what you think. We've been watching you since you left your burrows. The question is, what do you want in these lands? Your kind doesn't venture out unless something's very wrong." Before Rose could answer, more shapes emerged from the darkness, 5 more orcs, smaller than the first but no less intimidating, yet something in their manner gave her pause. They moved with caution, not aggression, and one carried a small bundle wrapped in furs that whimpered with a sound disturbingly like a child's cry. "Show her," commanded the leader to the one with the bundle. Reluctantly, the orc knelt and unwrapped the furs, revealing a young orc child, perhaps 4 or 5 years old. Its skin, normally green-grey, was mottled with familiar purple spots that pulsed with the same unnatural light as the blighted crops of the Shire. "Your lands aren't the only ones affected," said the leader, introducing himself as Grishnak. "Our children sicken, our game flees or falls ill, even the wild plants wither. We know the old stories. When such things happened before, it meant dark powers were stirring." Rose hesitated only a moment before approaching the child. The healer in her could not turn away from suffering, even in a creature she had been raised to fear. As she examined the child, applying a soothing salve to the inflamed spots, she made a decision that would have scandalized every hobbit from Meshel Delving to Buckland. "And I seek answers in the ancient ruins," she told Grishnak. "Perhaps we should seek them together." Thus began the strangest alliance Middle-earth had seen since the Fellowship of the Ring. Rose Gamgee, barely reaching the shoulder of the smallest orc, traveling with Grishnak's band toward the ruins of Fornost, the ancient capital of Arnor. Around evening fires, she learned that these were not the mindless servants of darkness from her grandfather's tales, but survivors. Orcs who had fled after Sauron's fall, trying to forge a new existence away from both the memory of their enslavement and the vengeance of men. "We were made, not born," Grishnak explained one night, his scarred face solemn in the firelight. "Twisted and tortured into being by powers that cared nothing for us, except as weapons. When the eye fell, many of us felt a chain breaking, the first freedom our kind had known in ages." In turn, Rose shared her knowledge of herbs and healing, teaching them which plants could nourish rather than poison, which could heal rather than harm. Slowly, warily, something like trust grew between them. They reached Fornost as autumn winds began to carry the first hints of winter's bite. The ruins rose like the skeleton of a great beast, towers crumbling into graveyards of stone where thorny vines wound through empty windows. In what had once been the king's library, they found ancient scrolls protected by enchantments that had outlived their casters. Rose pored over the fragile parchments while the orcs secured their camp against the wraiths that were said to wander the ruins after dark. Her finger traced lines of faded script until she found words that made her blood run cold. The blight of Angmar, wrought by the Witch King's hand to poison the lands of his enemies before his armies marched. Only at its source may it be undone, where the staff of corruption stands in the heart of his fortress. When she translated this for Grishnak, his amber eyes narrowed. Angmar still stands, though none dare approach it. The fortress is said to be haunted by worse than ghosts. We have no choice, Rose replied, thinking of the Shire's blighted fields, of the orc children developing the same sickly spots. And the source must be there. Their journey north took them through lands that grew increasingly bleak, where even the hardiest plants struggled to survive and game was scarce. The purple blight appeared with greater frequency, on trees, on the hides of dead animals, even in stagnant pools of water that glowed faintly in the darkness. It was the orc scout Razgash who first spotted the unnatural storm clouds gathering over a distant peak, swirling with the same purple luminescence as the blight, flashing with lightning that cast no natural light. Something stirs in the old fortress, Grishnak growled, something that should not be. They approached Angmar under cover of darkness, a company of 6 orcs and 1 hobbit against whatever ancient evil had awakened. The fortress rose before them like a wound in the mountainside, its black towers wreathed in the pulsing purple light of the unnatural storm. At its gates lay the remains of animals and twisted plants, all bearing the marks of the blight in its most advanced stage. There, whispered Rose, pointing to the central tower where the light shone brightest. The source must be there. What they found within the fortress would haunt Rose's dreams for years to come. Corridors twisted in ways that defied natural geometry, rooms that seemed to breathe, and everywhere the purple light pulsing like a heartbeat. At the top of the central tower, they discovered the source, not a relic of the Witch King as they had feared, but something far more troubling. A figure in tattered grey robes stood before a staff of twisted black wood embedded in the stone floor. From the staff emanated waves of purple energy that flowed outward through channels carved into the floor, spreading the blight across the lands. The figure turned at their approach, revealing a face both ancient and terrible in its beauty, one of the Storie, the wizards sent to Middle-earth ages ago, now corrupted beyond recognition. The Forgotten One returns. The wizard's voice rasped like autumn leaves, seeking to reshape a world that forgot him, to create a new order from the ashes of the old. Rose felt terror grip her heart, but beside her, Grishnak stepped forward, his crude blade drawn. "Your poison kills our children, wizard. It ends now." What followed was a battle unlike any in the songs or tales of hobbits. The corrupted Storie wielded powers that bent reality itself, while Grishnak and his band fought with the desperate ferocity of those protecting their future. Rose, too small for direct combat, did what hobbits do best. She went unnoticed, circling behind the conflict to reach the staff itself. Drawing on knowledge gleaned from the ancient texts and her own innate understanding of growing things, Rose recognized the staff for what it was, not just a channel for dark magic, but a perversion of life itself. Its wood had once been alive, and deep within, a spark of that original nature remained. As battle raged around her, Rose placed her hands on the staff and closed her eyes, reaching not with magic, but with the simple, powerful connection to growing things that was her birthright as both a hobbit and a Gamgee. "Remember what you were," she whispered to the twisted wood. "Remember sunlight and rain, roots deep in clean earth." The staff shuddered beneath her touch. The purple energy flickered, then began to fade as the wood itself seemed to straighten slightly, reaching toward her living warmth like a plant seeking sunlight. With a howl of rage, the corrupted wizard lunged toward her, only to be intercepted by Grishnak. In the moment of distraction, Rose summoned all her will and pulled, not with her hands, but with her spirit, calling to the living essence trapped within the twisted artifact. The staff cracked with a sound like thunder, releasing not destruction, but a wave of green-gold light that swept outward, countering the purple blight wherever it touched. The corrupted Istari screamed once, a sound of both rage and release, before his form dissolved into the storm that now turned from purple to cleansing rain. In the aftermath, as they made their weary way back south, Rose witnessed the land beginning to heal. New green shoots pushing through blighted soil, animals returning to forests that had stood empty. By the time they reached the borders of the Shire, the first reports were already spreading of miraculous recoveries, of crops suddenly flourishing despite the late season. The Tyne and elders were waiting at the boundaries, their faces a mixture of relief at her return and shock at her companions. Rose stood before them, small but unbowed, a changed hobbit returning to an unchanged home. "I bring friends," she declared simply, "and knowledge that may prevent such blights from ever threatening our lands again." In the years that followed, Rose Gamgee became known as Rose the Reconciler, establishing the first diplomatic relations between the Shire and the reformed orc settlements in the northern wilds. A small garden at the edge of Hobbiton became neutral ground where representatives might meet, and where crops grown from seeds of both lands flourished side by side. And if some hobbits muttered about unnatural friendships and disturbing the proper ways, well, they said the same about Samwise in his day. Some paths, though unexpected, are nonetheless worth walking, especially for those with the courage to take the first step. Story 3. The ancient library of Rivendell stood silent in the pre-dawn light, dust motes dancing in the few golden rays that filtered through arched windows of elven craft. Where once the halls had bustled with the fair folk and their melodious voices, now only whispers of their memory lingered in the fading perfume of immortal flowers and the occasional footfall of the few elves who had chosen to remain in Middle-earth. Among the towering shelves of leather-bound tomes and delicate scrolls, a solitary figure hunched over a reading table, his small stature marking him immediately as no elf. Meriadoc Brandebuke, merry to his friends back in the Shire, pushed a wayward curl from his forehead, leaving a smudge of ink in its place. His eyes, red-rimmed from hours of study by candlelight, widened as his finger traced a line of flowing script on a parchment so old it threatened to crumble beneath his touch. The forgotten ring of Celebrimbor, the lonely ring, forged apart from the others and bearing powers unlike those crafted under Anatar's guidance, hidden from the eye's gaze in the ancient tombs of men, where the dead walk restless. Merry sat back, his heart racing. Most hobbits would sooner discuss the proper way to prepare mushrooms than ancient artifacts of power, but the Brandebukes had always been considered odd by Shire standards. His great namesake had ridden with kings and helped slay the Witch King of Angmar himself. Perhaps some of that adventurous spirit lived on in Merry's blood, though until now it had expressed itself only in his insatiable appetite for dusty tomes and forgotten lore. Master Brandebuke, came a voice like rustling leaves, causing the hobbit to start violently. Elrohir, one of Elrond's sons, who had remained to maintain the last homely house, regarded him with ancient eyes that held both amusement and concern. The hour grows late, or rather early. You have not left this chamber since yesterday's breakfast. Merry rubbed his eyes, suddenly aware of the hollow feeling in his stomach. I've found something, Lord Elrohir. Something that was forgotten even by your people's histories. The elf's timeless face betrayed a flicker of interest as he leaned closer to examine the text. His expression darkened as he read, the immortal light in his eyes dimming slightly. The Lonely Ring, he murmured. There were rumors, even in my father's time. Celebrimbor's final work, crafted in secret after he first suspected Anatar's true nature, but before he confronted him openly. It was thought lost, perhaps destroyed, but it wasn't, Merry said, his voice hushed with excitement. It was hidden in the Barrow Downs, in Tirn Gorthad. Elrohir straightened, his face grave. That is not knowledge to be sought lightly, young hobbit. The Barrow Downs are perilous still, haunted by wights whose malice has only grown with the passing of ages. But Merry's mind was already racing ahead, calculating the distance to the ancient burial grounds, wondering what secrets the ring might hold. Unlike his famous ancestor, he had never sought adventure or glory, only knowledge. Yet now, knowledge itself called him to adventure. I need to see it, he said simply. To study it. After all, it's not like the One Ring. It was made before Celebrimbor knew Sauron's plans. It might contain secrets of uncorrupted craft. The elf's gaze was heavy with the weight of memories spanning ages. No ring of power is without consequence, Master Brandebuke. Remember that. 2 weeks later, Merry stood at the edge of the old forest, the morning mist curling around the ancient trees like spectral fingers. Beside him towered a weather-beaten man in a worn leather coat, his dark hair streaked with premature grey, and a knife-sharp alertness in his grey eyes. The Barrow Downs lie beyond the forest, said Aragost, the ranger of Arna who had agreed to guide Merry, a distant descendant of King Elisar himself. He carried himself with the quiet dignity of his line, though without the trappings of royalty. We should reach them by nightfall tomorrow, though only a fool would enter the Downs after dark. On Merry's other side stood the third member of their unlikely company, Keely, a dwarf woman with a steel-grey beard adorned with intricate silver beads and eyes like polished amber beneath heavy brows. A renowned scholar of ancient runes from Erebor, she had joined their quest when Merry's letters of inquiry had reached the lonely mountain. The descriptions of the ring's markings suggest a blending of elven script with dwarf runes, she explained as they set out, her heavy boots leaving deep imprints beside Merry's barefoot tracks. Such collaboration was rare even in the Second Age, when relations between our peoples were warmer. They traversed the old forest with caution, Aragost leading them along paths that seemed to appear just as they needed them, though Merry could have sworn they hadn't been there moments before. The trees themselves seemed to watch their passing with ancient, sleepy malice. The forest remembers the old wars, Aragost murmured when Merry commented on the sensation. It has not forgotten, nor forgiven. By the following afternoon, they emerged from the forest's gloom to behold a landscape of rolling hills dotted with standing stones and the weathered entrances to ancient tombs. The Barrow Downs stretched before them, bathed in autumn sunlight that somehow failed to dispel the aura of dread that hung over the place like a shroud. We make camp here, Aragost declared, gesturing to a small hollow sheltered by a ring of rowan trees. And tomorrow, with the full light of day, we will seek the central barrow described in your texts." That night, as his companions slept, Merry found himself drawn to the edge of their camp, staring out at the moonlit downs. A thin mist had risen with nightfall, curling around the ancient stones and barrow entrances. As he watched, he could have sworn he saw shapes moving within the mist, tall, spectral figures that drifted between the tombs like memories given form. "Your eyes do not deceive you," came Kylie's rumbling voice as she moved to stand beside him. "The dead walk here, always have, always will." "Have you seen such things before?" Merry asked, unable to look away from the ghostly procession. The dwarf's face was solemn in the moonlight. "And my people delve deep, Master Hobbit. Sometimes we delve too deep. There are spirits beneath the mountains as ancient as these, though of different kind." Dawn brought no comfort. The pale sun struggling to penetrate a blanket of mist that clung stubbornly to the downs. Following the ancient map Merry had copied from Rivendell's archives, they made their way to the largest barrow, a great mound of earth topped with a circle of leaning stones that resembled rotting teeth in a gaping mouth. "The entrance should be on the eastern side," Merry said, consulting his notes. "Facing the rising sun, a symbol of hope for the afterlife." They found the low doorway half hidden by thorny vegetation that seemed to recoil at Aragost's touch. The passage beyond was dark and narrow, forcing even Merry to stoop as they proceeded single file into the heart of the barrow. The air grew thick with the scent of ancient decay and something else, a metallic tang that reminded Merry of the air after lightning strikes. The burial chamber opened before them, illuminated by a shaft of sunlight from a cleverly designed opening in the ceiling. Stone slabs bearing the remains of long-dead chieftains lined the walls, their bones adorned with corroded bronze ornaments and weapons. At the center stood a plinth of black stone, upon which rested a small coffer of tarnished silver. "This is it," Merry whispered, his voice echoing strangely in the ancient chamber. "The resting place of the lonely ring." Keely approached the coffer, her practiced eye examining the runes that covered its surface. "A warning," she translated grimly, "and a prophecy. Here lies the unbonded one, last of the unmarked. Let sleepers rest, lest silence find voice and the forgotten king rise again." Despite the warning, or perhaps because of it, Merry felt his hand drawn toward the coffer. With trembling fingers, he lifted the lid. Nestled on a cushion of crumbling velvet lay a ring unlike any he had ever seen. Not gold like the one ring of legend, but a band of pale silver metal that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. Strange characters flowed along its surface, shifting subtly as if alive. "Mithril," breathed Keely, "but altered somehow. The craftsmanship is beyond even what my people could achieve today." Before Aragost could voice the warning Merry saw forming on his lips, the hobbit had lifted the ring from its resting place. It felt oddly warm against his skin, as if it had been lying in sunlight rather than entombed for thousands of years. The chamber darkened suddenly, the shaft of sunlight dimming as if clouds had passed over the sun. A cold wind swept through the barrow, carrying with it the sound of distant voices, whispers in languages long dead, speaking of ancient sorrows and unquenched hatreds. "We need to leave," Aragost said sharply, his hand moving to the sword at his hip. Now before, the ranger's words were cut short as the bones on the stone slabs began to stir, dry joints creaking as ancient limbs moved for the first time in millennia. Glowing lights kindled in empty eye sockets, cold and malevolent. "Run!" Keely shouted, drawing a heavy warhammer from her back. "The wights awaken!" Clutching the ring tightly, Merry fled toward the entrance, only to find their path blocked by a figure more substantial than the others. A tall, gaunt shape crowned with what appeared to be a circlet of pale fire. Where the other wights were little more than animated bones draped in the tattered remains of burial clothes, this entity wore its spectral form like a garment of power. "The Barrow King," gasped Aragost, his sword drawn but hanging useless at his side. "We cannot fight him." The spectral king's gaze fixed on Merry, or rather, on what he held. A voice like stone grinding against stone emerged from the apparition. "The thief brings what was taken. The circle returns to its master." To Merry's horror, he realized he could understand the ancient tongue the wight spoke, the words appearing in his mind with perfect clarity, as if translated by some external force. With sudden clarity, he understood what had happened. The ring had never belonged to Celebrimbor. The ancient texts had been wrong. This was an artifact far older, crafted by the forgotten sorcerer kings of men before their fall, before they became the servants of the enemy. "It's yours," Merry said, surprising himself with his steadiness. "But it has shown me your nature. You were a king once, before the shadow claimed you." The wight paused, the cold flames of its eyes flickering with what might have been surprise. Merry continued, the ring warm in his palm. "I can see you as you were. I can hear the voices of your people. They call for their king to lead them to rest, not to war." "Lies," hissed the Barrow King, but uncertainty wavered in its hollow voice. Drawing on courage he hadn't known he possessed, Merry took a step forward. "I offer you your ring, freely returned, and in exchange I ask for safe passage for myself and my friends." "Is that not the compact of hospitality your people once honored above all?" For a long moment, the chamber stood frozen in silence. Then, with a gesture like falling leaves, the Barrow King extended a spectral hand. Merry placed the ring upon the withered palm, feeling a curious sense of relief as its weight left him. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The pale fire of the wight's crown blazed suddenly golden, and for a brief moment Merry saw not a wraith but a man, tall and proud, with a face lined by wisdom and sorrow. "Passage granted, small one who speaks truth," the king's voice rang out, now clear as a bronze bell. "But heed this warning. What sleeps beneath these downs is beyond your understanding. Some treasures are best left buried with their makers." The vision faded, and with it the animated corpses and the oppressive darkness. Sunlight streamed once more through the opening above, illuminating only ancient dust and undisturbed remains. "What happened?" Keely demanded, as they stumbled from the barrow, blinking in the sudden brightness of midday. "The wights, the king. They've returned to their sleep," Merry said quietly. "Boy, the ring was never Celebrimbor's. It belonged to the king before he fell, before he became a wight. It allowed him to speak with the dead, to guide his ancestors, but it also bound him to this place when he died." Aragos studied the hobbit with new respect. "You could understand him." Merry nodded, a shiver passing through him despite the warm sun. "The ring, it changed something in me. I can still hear them, whispering at the edges of my mind, the dead of this place and perhaps others. Such gifts rarely come without cost," the ranger warned. That night, camped far from the downs on the borders of the Shire, Merry sat alone by their small fire. The voices had not faded with distance as he had hoped. If anything, they had grown clearer, whispers from beyond the veil that separated the living from the dead, sharing secrets never meant for mortal ears. "They will fade in time," came Keely's voice as she settled beside him, offering a steaming mug of tea. "The touch of such artifacts leaves marks upon the soul, but hobbits have proven remarkably resilient to darker influences." "And if they don't fade?" Merry asked, watching the flames dance. "If I can always hear them." The dwarf's eyes reflected the firelight like polished amber. "Then you have gained a rare wisdom, Master Brandebuke. Few among the living can claim to know the counsel of the dead." When Merry returned to the Shire, few noticed anything different about the scholarly hobbit who resumed his quiet life in Brandy Hall. Only his closest friends observed how he sometimes paused in conversation, head tilted as if listening to distant voices, or how he began recording histories no living being could have witnessed with perfect, impossible detail. In time, hobbits from across the Four Farthings would come seeking his counsel when loved ones passed beyond the veil, and Merry would listen to the whispers only he could hear, bringing comfort with messages from those who had gone ahead. His great namesake had helped defeat the Witch King. Meriadoc Brandebuke instead made peace with the dead, guided by whispers of wisdom from beyond the circles of the world. And if sometimes, on moonless nights, he felt drawn toward the ancient barrows where sleeping kings waited with their secrets, well, that was a small price to pay for the gift of voices that would otherwise be forever silent. Story 4. The ancient oak that had stood sentinel at the eastern border of Hobbiton for as long as any could remember shuddered in the pre-dawn light, its once verdant leaves now mottled with an unnatural violet sheen that seemed to pulse in the shadows. Beneath its gnarled branches, Bingo Bolsero pressed his ear against the weathered bark, listening as one might to the labored breathing of a dying friend. Unlike most hobbits, who concerned themselves primarily with the bounty that grew above soil rather than the mysteries beneath it, Bingo had always sensed a voice in growing things, a whispered language of root and branch that spoke to something wild in his blood. "It's spreading eastward," he murmured, fingers tracing the corruption that crept along the trunk like frozen lightning. That just as the manuscript said it would. The manuscripts in question lay scattered across the cluttered study of Bag End, yellowed pages covered in the spidery handwriting of his famous ancestor Bilbo, along with pressed leaves, sketches of strange creatures, and maps annotated with warnings in faded ink. While most hobbits regarded Mad Baggins' tales as elaborate fictions designed to scandalize respectable folk, Bingo had recognized something his kinsman did not: the precise botanical observations hidden within the fantastic narratives, descriptions of plant species and forest phenomena too accurate to be mere invention. Now, as trees throughout the East Farthing began to sicken with the same violet corruption, Bingo alone had connected these manifestations to Bilbo's descriptions of the sickness that had once plagued the great forest across the misty mountains, Mirkwood, as it was known in darker days before becoming Erin Lasgalen, the Wood of Green Leaves. The morning mist still clung to the rolling hills as Bingo made his way back to Bag End, nodding distractedly to the few early-rising hobbits who regarded him with the polite wariness reserved for the peculiar. At 46, Bingo was neither young enough to excuse his eccentricities as youthful folly, nor old enough to dismiss them as the harmless oddities of advanced age. With his unruly copper curls and eyes the changeable green of new leaves, he looked every inch a Bolsero, though he lacked the comfortable roundness most hobbits cultivated with pride. Inside the familiar circular door, Bag End remained much as it had in Bilbo's day, though now the surfaces overflowed with botanical specimens, glass jars of seeds, and notebooks filled with Bingo's careful observations of Shire plant life. On the central table lay his most recent acquisition, a metal strongbox, retrieved from a forgotten storage room, its lock finally yielding after weeks of patient work. Inside, wrapped in cloth woven with silver threads that still gleamed despite the centuries, lay a small leather pouch and a letter in Bilbo's hand, addressed simply, "For the one who hears the trees. Bingo's fingers trembled as he unfolded the letter once more, reading words that seemed written specifically for him across the gulf of generations. If you are reading this, then the shadows stir again in the forests of the world. What I carried back from my journey, unknowingly at first, was entrusted to me by Radagast the Brown in the halls of Thranduil. A contingency, he called it, should the darkness ever return to Mirkwood. It appears a simple seed, but it contains the essence of the mother tree that once purified the great forest before the shadow fell. Guard it well, for if the corruption you've noticed continues to spread, this may be the last of its kind remaining in Middle-earth. The pouch contained what appeared to be an ordinary acorn, save for the faint luminescence that seemed to emanate from within its shell, a soft golden light visible only in complete darkness. For weeks, Bingo had debated what to do with this discovery. The Tyne had dismissed his concerns about the sickening trees as an unusually harsh autumn. The mayor had suggested a committee be formed to study the matter over the winter months, with findings to be presented no earlier than the following midsummer. But last night, Bingo had awakened from a dream so vivid it left him gasping, a vast forest choking under a canopy of violet shadow, and at its heart, a slender sapling struggling to reach the light, its leaves whispering his name with urgent clarity. With the first light of dawn now strengthening outside his window, Bingo made his decision. Packing was a simple affair. Hobbits might prize comfort, but Bingo had always traveled light during his botanical expeditions throughout the Shire. Into his worn leather pack went a change of clothes, provisions for the road, Bilbo's most detailed maps, and a small trowel that had been his father's pride. The seed itself he secured in a small box of polished wood, worn smooth from decades nestled in Bilbo's pocket, suspended from a chain around his neck. No one marked his departure from the Shire's eastern boundary, no one except the ancient oak, which seemed to bow its branches as he passed, a benediction from a dying sentinel. The journey across Eriador tested Bingo in ways his expeditions through the Shire never had. Rain soaked him to the skin beneath the ruins of Weathertop. Midges tormented him along the marshy edges of the Midgewater. Yet through it all, the seed against his chest remained warm, occasionally pulsing with gentle light, as if responding to his determination. By the time he reached the foothills of the Misty Mountains, the dreams had intensified. No longer just the struggling sapling, but faces now, an elven woman with eyes like autumn leaves, and behind her, a shadowy presence that caused the seed to grow cold against Bingo's skin. The high pass brought snow and biting winds that numbed his bare hobbit feet despite their natural hardiness. Twice he nearly turned back, salvation coming in the form of a company of dwarven traders who shared their fire and food, eyeing the hobbit with curiosity but asking no questions beyond his immediate needs. It was the eastern descent that first revealed the true extent of the corruption. Where Bilbo's maps showed the great river Anduin flowing through lands flanked by greenwood to the north, Bingo beheld a landscape transformed. The forest edge, once a wall of vibrant emerald, now shimmered with an unnatural violet haze that seemed to ripple like heat above sun-baked stone. As he approached the eaves of the once great forest, movement flickered between the trees, silent figures with bows drawn, arrows trained upon the unexpected visitor. Elves, though not as Bilbo had described them. These beings moved with a wariness bordering on fear, their legendary grace undercut by tension, evident in every line of their bodies. "State your purpose, halfling," commanded a voice like autumn leaves crushed underfoot. From the shadows emerged an elf maiden whose copper hair was bound with warriors' braids, her green eyes sharp with suspicion. More few seek Erin Lasgullen in these days, and fewer still are welcomed. I am Bingo Bolsero of the Shire, he replied, surprised at the steadiness in his voice. Descendant of Bilbo Baggins, who once walked these woods with Thorin's company, I bring something that may help against the shadow that sickens your trees, the same shadow that now reaches toward my homeland. At the mention of Bilbo's name, the elf's expression shifted subtly. I am Ellaria, daughter of Legolas, granddaughter of Thranduil. The name of Baggins is not forgotten in these halls, though much else of the past fades from memory. She stepped closer, studying him with immortal eyes that seemed to peer beyond flesh to spirit. What could a halfling possibly bring against a darkness that has resisted our most ancient magics? In answer, Bingo withdrew the wooden box from beneath his shirt. As he opened it, the seed within pulsed with golden light that illuminated the surrounding trees, temporarily pushing back the violet haze that clung to their bark. Ellaria's breath caught. The essence of the mother tree. We believed it lost when Radagast departed these shores. He gave it to Bilbo for safekeeping, Bingo explained. For a time such as this, the elven guards lowered their bows, wonder replacing suspicion on their immortal faces. Ellaria extended her hand toward the seed, then hesitated, fingers trembling in the golden light. It responds to you, she whispered. It has chosen its guardian. Before Bingo could respond, the forest around them shuddered as if struck by an unseen force. The violet haze intensified, and with it came a sound like distant wailing, voices crying out in a language that made the seed flare brightly in response. We must reach the heart of the forest, Ellaria said urgently. The corruption grows stronger with each passing day. The king's halls have become our last bastion against the spreading shadow. The elven halls beneath the northern mountains were not as Bilbo had described them. Where once they had been a place of beauty and light, now they resembled a fortress under siege. Elves moved with purpose rather than grace, carrying weapons and medicines for the afflicted rather than instruments of music. In one vast chamber, rows of elven forms lay motionless, their skin marbled with the same violet corruption that afflicted the trees. Our kin are falling to the shadow, Ellaria explained as she led Bingo through the halls. Those who venture too deep into the corrupted regions return changed, their spirits diminished, their eyes clouded with visions of a past that should remain buried. King Thranduil himself had not been seen in public for months, closeted away with his counselors seeking remedies for the affliction. It was to these private chambers that Ellaria brought Bingo, past guards whose immortal faces were lined with very mortal concern. The Elven King's famed beauty remained, though now it held the fragility of ice before spring's thaw. Beside him stood counselors whose names echoed from Bilbo's tales, immortal beings who had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, now reduced to desperate strategists in a war against corruption itself. A halfling brings us hope. The Elven King's voice carried none of the scorn Bilbo had described in his journals, only weariness and a fragile thread of curiosity. Show me this seed you carry, descendant of Barrel Rider. When Bingo revealed the seed in its simple wooden container, the chamber filled with a collective intake of breath. The golden light seemed to strengthen in the presence of the elves, pulsing in rhythm with an unheard song. "A Giovanna's blessing," murmured one ancient counselor. "The mother tree lives on. It must be planted at the heart of the corruption," Thranduil declared, new purpose entering his voice, "where the shadow first took root in ages past. But that lies in the deepest part of the forest," Ellaria protested, "where the old fortress stood before its destruction. None who venture there return uncorrupted. Then we shall form a company to ensure the halfling reaches his destination," the Elven King decreed. "For if this seed truly contains the essence of the Mother Tree, it may be our last hope, and perhaps the only hope for all the forests of Middle-earth. The company that set forth from the elven halls consisted of Elaria, 2 elven warriors whose eyes held the light of stars seen through centuries, and 3 dwarven miners who had been trapped in the forest when the corruption began its latest spread. The dwarves had been mapping forgotten passages beneath the mountains for potential new trade routes, only to discover ancient chambers whose opening had somehow triggered the forest's illness. The walls were covered in markings we couldn't read, explained Varra, the eldest of the dwarves, his beard braided with iron beads that clinked softly as he walked. Older than any runes I've encountered, and I've studied the deepest halls of Khazad-dûm. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the corruption grew more pronounced. Trees that had once soared toward the heavens now bent like arthritic fingers, their bark weeping a sap that glowed with the same violet light that increasingly dominated the canopy above. No birds sang, no insects hummed, only the whisper of sickly leaves and the occasional distant wail that caused the elves to grasp their weapons more tightly. On the 3rd night, as they camped in the hollow of a massive fallen oak, Bingo awakened to find the seed glowing fiercely against his chest. Across the dying embers of their fire sat a figure that had not been there when he fell asleep, an elf lord by his appearance, though unlike any Bingo had yet encountered. His robes seemed woven from shadow itself, and his eyes reflected the violet light that plagued the forest. Seed-bearer, the figure spoke directly into Bingo's mind rather than aloud. You carry what was stolen from me ages past. Bingo clutched the seed protectively, its warmth spreading through his palm like liquid courage. Who are you? A smile that held no warmth curved the spectral figure's lips. I was called many names before the shadow took me. Counselor to Orifer, teacher of arcane arts, keeper of ancient wisdom. But I have shed those titles like autumn leaves, becoming something greater, and soon, with the seed's power, I shall take physical form again. Understanding dawned on Bingo with terrible clarity. This was no mere corruption spreading through the forest. It was a conscious entity, an ancient elven sorcerer who had fallen to darkness long before Sauron's rise, his spirit preserved through forbidden arts and now seeking rebirth. The seed isn't meant for you, Bingo said, surprising himself with his steadiness. It's meant to heal what you've corrupted. The spectral elf's face contorted with rage, the violet light pulsing more intensely around him. You understand nothing, halfling. This forest was mine before Thranduil's line ever claimed lordship. The Mother Tree was my creation, twisted by Radagast to serve his purposes rather than mine. I merely reclaim what was always mine by right. Before Bingo could respond, Elaria was beside him, an arrow knocked in her bow and pointed at the apparition. Morinetar, she named him, her voice tight with ancient hatred. Betrayer of my people, your physical form was destroyed by my grandfather for good reason. The spirit laughed, the sound sending ripples of violet light across the clearing. Physical forms are temporary inconveniences, young one. I've waited centuries for the proper vessel, and now it approaches. With a gesture like leaves scattered by wind, the apparition vanished, leaving only a lingering chill and the distant sound of wailing trees. The heart of the corruption lay in a clearing where the remains of an ancient tower rose like broken teeth from the forest floor. Here, the violet light no longer pulsed, but flowed in constant streams, pouring from a central pit where the tower's foundation had once stood. The entrance to his workshop, Elaria explained grimly, sealed by my grandfather's order after Morinetar's physical form was destroyed. The dwarves must have broken the seals unknowingly while mapping the tunnels. The dwarves confirmed this with troubled nods. B, we found chambers deep beneath the mountain that bore signs of ancient occupation, Varen admitted. Workbenches with instruments for purposes I dare not guess, and pools of liquid that glowed like the corruption now spreading through the trees. As they approached the pit, the seed in Bingo's possession grew almost painfully hot, its golden light battling the violet radiance that rose like mist from below. The clearing itself seemed to resist their presence. Roots erupted from the ground to entangle their feet. Branches bent to block their path, and the very air thickened as if reluctant to fill their lungs. "He's using the forest against us," gasped one of the elven warriors as he cut through a suddenly animated thorn bush that had wrapped around his ankle. At the edge of the pit, Bingo peered into depths that seemed to stretch impossibly far beneath the earth. Spiral stairs carved from living stone descended into violet-lit darkness, and from below came sounds that no natural creature could make, a rhythmic chanting that made the seed pulse in counterpoint. "I have to go down," Bingo realized aloud. "The seed must be planted at the source of the corruption." Ilaria grasped his shoulder. "You would not survive alone. The spirit of Morinitar will be strongest at the center of his power." "Then come with me," the hobbit replied simply. "The rest can guard our retreat, should we succeed." The descent into the earth felt like entering another world entirely. The spiral staircase led to chambers whose architecture defied natural laws, doorways that opened onto impossible vistas, corridors that folded back upon themselves, and always the violet light growing stronger, more insistent in its pulsing. In the central chamber, they found the source, a pool of liquid shadow that bubbled and churned with sentient purpose. Above it hovered the spectral form of Morinitar, more substantial here than in the forest above, his features clearer and more terrible in their beauty. At last, his voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere, the seed returns to its creator. "You corrupted what was pure," Ilaria accused, her bow drawn, though she must have known ordinary arrows would pass harmlessly through such a being. "You twisted the natural magic of the forest into something that served only your ambition." "I improved upon nature's flawed design," the spirit countered, "as I shall improve upon physical form itself. Once I claim the seed's power." Bingo felt the wooden box growing hot against his skin as the seed within responded to the presence of its ancient enemy. With sudden clarity, he understood what needed to be done, not through any special knowledge or power, but through the simple wisdom that hobbits had always possessed about growing things. "You're wrong about the seed," he said, stepping forward despite Ilaria's warning hand. "It wasn't created, it was born, like all living things. And like all seeds, it knows where it belongs." Before Morinitar could respond, Bingo opened the box and removed the glowing acorn. In the presence of the pool's violet light, the seed blazed like a captured star, momentarily blinding all who beheld it. With the practiced motion of a lifetime spent gardening, Bingo knelt and pressed the seed into the corrupted earth at the edge of the shadow pool. As his fingers released it, the seed shell cracked open, and a tendril of pure golden light shot downward, piercing the surface of the pool. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for Morinitar. The spectral elf's form contorted as the golden light spread through the pool, transforming the violet shadows into clear, radiant energy that rose in spiraling tendrils toward the surface. His silent scream vibrated through the chamber as his essence began to dissolve, centuries of accumulated power unraveling in moments. "What have you done?" The words faded even as they formed, the spirit's presence diminishing with each pulse of golden light from the planted seed. What my ancestor would have done, Bingo replied simply, and helped a garden grow where darkness once ruled. From the planted seed, a sapling unfurled with impossible speed, its trunk slender but strong, its branches reaching upward with leaves that shimmered with inner light. As it grew, the corrupted earth around it transformed, violet giving way to green, shadow yielding to radiance. The roots plunged deep into the pool, drawing up the corrupted energy and transforming it, cleansing it through the ancient magic of living things. Ilaria watched in wonder as the sapling continued to grow, already reaching the height of a young tree. "The mother tree reborn," she whispered. "From this heart, the forest will heal itself." Above them, through the spiral staircase that had led them downward, they could hear the distant sounds of celebration, the dwarves and elven warriors witnessing the transformation as golden light spread upward through the forest canopy, pushing back the violet corruption with each passing moment. When Bingo Bolsero returned to the Shire months later, he brought with him gifts from the Elven King, rare seeds and cuttings to strengthen the Shire's groves against any future corruption. The ancient oak at Hobbiton's eastern border had been among the first to heal once the mother tree's influence spread westward, its leaves now a more vibrant green than any living hobbit could remember. Few of his neighbors understood or cared about Bingo's tale of elves and ancient spirits and forests reborn. To most, he remained simply odd, if perhaps a bit more respected for his uncanny way with growing things. Only the trees themselves seemed to recognize what he had accomplished, bending their branches in gentle acknowledgement when he passed beneath them. In Erin Lasgalen, the new mother tree continued to grow at the heart of what had once been corruption's source, its golden light visible on clear nights even from the distant misty mountains. Elven song spoke of the halfling gardener who had planted hope where despair had reigned, adding another verse to the ancient ballads of unlikely heroes who had saved the world not through strength of arms, but through understanding the true nature of growing things. And in Bag End, on a small table beneath Bilbo's portrait, Bingo kept a single leaf from the mother tree, pressed between the pages of his ancestor's journal, a reminder that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with the smallest seeds of courage. Story 5. The moon hung like a polished silver coin above the prancing pony, casting long shadows across the muddy streets of Bree, where a hooded figure slipped between weathered buildings. The merchant's gnarled fingers caressed the ancient box on his table, its surface inscribed with runes that seemed to shift in the flickering candlelight of the inn's back room. Before him sat 3 travelers, a weather-beaten ranger, a nervous merchant from Dale, and a curious hobbit who had wandered in seeking only a pint and a warm hearth. 300 years it lay forgotten in the ruins of Framsburg, the merchant whispered, his voice like dry leaves rustling across stone, the last treasure of a forgotten dwarven outpost. When the box opened, even the ranger drew back. Within, nestled on faded velvet, lay a stone no larger than a child's fist, a deep crimson gem that pulsed with an inner light like a living heart. The Cardul Gazat, the merchant named it in the ancient tongue, at the heart of the mountain. In that moment, as the crimson light played across his face, Faramir Took felt the first stirring of the dreams that would haunt him for weeks to come. Visions of flame and shadow, of a mountain tomb broken open, and a terror from the elder days stretching vast wings across a blood-red sky. 50 leagues away in Hobbiton, Faramir woke gasping, his nightshirt soaked with sweat despite the cool autumn air flowing through his open window. The dream again, more vivid than before. The mountain in flames, the ancient halls of Erebor crumbling as something terrible stirred in depths where even dwarves feared to delve. At 36, Faramir was considered barely of age by Hobbit reckoning, though the silver streak in his otherwise chestnut curls hinted at the Took blood that ran strong in his veins. Great-grandson of the legendary Peregrine Took, who had ridden with kings and wizards during the War of the Ring, Faramir had grown up on tales of adventure that most hobbits preferred to dismiss as improper fancies. Now, as he splashed cold water on his face from the basin beside his bed, he could no longer deny that these were no ordinary dreams. For 3 weeks, since the night he had glimpsed the strange stone in Bree, the visions had grown stronger, more urgent, as if something were calling to him across vast distances. Later that morning, as mist still clung to the gentle hills of Hobbiton, Faramir made his way to the modest library maintained in Maeshel Delving. Among the dusty shelves of agricultural records and genealogical tables lay a single shelf of more esoteric materials, journals and papers preserved from the time of the Great Journey, including the Red Book itself, which few now consulted except for the occasional reading at festivals. It was in a lesser-known volume, the personal diary of Peregrine Vitikar, his famous ancestor, that Faramir found the first mention of what he sought. Gimli speaks often of the deep places of Erebor, where his kin delve ever deeper into the mountain's heart. He tells of ancient chambers discovered beneath the lowest mines, older than Durin's folk, and of warnings carved in a tongue so ancient that even Gandalf might have struggled to decipher them. The dwarves have sealed these passages, but Gimli confessed his concern that some among the Longbeards wished to reopen them, drawn by rumors of a great treasure, a heartstone of power unlike any gem known to their craft. Faramir's finger trembled as it traced the faded ink. The date in the margin placed this entry nearly a century ago. What had happened in the intervening years? Had the dwarves reopened those sealed passages? Had they found the Heartstone only to lose it again? 3 days later, as the first leaves of autumn spiraled down from the great oak above Bag End, Faramir stood before the assembled elders of the Shire, the mayor, the Tyne, his own distant cousin, and the master of Buckland, his travel pack already secured to the sturdy pony waiting outside. "These dreams are a warning," he insisted, his voice steady despite the skepticism evident in their expressions. "Something stirs in Erebor, something terrible that was imprisoned long ago. I believe the stone I saw in Bree is connected to it." "Visions and prophecies," huffed the mayor, shaking his grey head. "Most improper for a hobbit to concern himself with such matters." "Leave these things to the big folk, young Faramir. My great-grandfather didn't leave things to the big folk when darkness threatened the world," Faramir replied, a hint of the famous Took stubbornness evident in the set of his jaw. "Neither shall I. You propose to journey all the way to Erebor." The Tyne's voice held concern rather than censure. "Winter approaches, and the wild lands have grown no safer in these latter days. What would you hope to accomplish alone?" "I won't be alone," Faramir said quietly. "The dreams have shown me companions waiting at the Forsaken Inn east of Bree, 3 dwarves seeking to return to Erebor, and an elf who guards ancient memories. Together, we stand a chance of reaching the lonely mountain before whatever sleeps there awakens fully." In the end, they did not bless his journey, but neither did they forbid it. As hobbits had done since time immemorial, when faced with one of their kind exhibiting decidedly un-hobbit-like tendencies, they sighed, shook their heads, and quietly expected never to see him again. The Forsaken Inn had earned its name, standing alone on the Great East Road, where it began its long climb into the wilder lands beyond Bree. Its stone walls, blackened by centuries of travelers, fires, loomed against the twilight sky as Faramir approached, his pony picking its way carefully along the rutted path. Inside, the common room stood nearly empty, save for 3 figures huddled near the great hearth, dwarves by their stature, though their once rich clothing had been worn to threadbare dignity by hard travel. At their table sat a 4th figure, whose slender grace marked her unmistakably as an elf, her ageless face framed by hair the color of burnished copper. "The halfling arrives," observed the eldest dwarf, his white beard elaborately braided with gold thread, despite the travel-stained condition of his cloak, "just as you foretold, Lady Miriel." The elf's eyes, green as spring leaves, studied Faramir with an intensity that made him shift uncomfortably. "You have seen the visions," she said, a statement rather than a question. "The mountain in flames, the shadow with wings of smoke." Faramir nodded, suddenly uncertain of his purpose, now that he stood before these strangers who had featured in his dreams as indistinct shapes. "I saw the stone in Bree," he explained, "a red gem that seemed to beat like a heart. Since then, the dreams come nightly, growing stronger." "The Cardul Gazat," growled the younger dwarf, his dark beard barely covering his face, marking him as scarcely older than Faramir in the reckoning of his kind. "The heart of Durin's bane." At Faramir's confused expression, the eldest dwarf, who introduced himself as Nine, son of Dain, explained their presence. "Mu, we are exiles from Erebor, cast out for opposing the Council of Delvers when they voted to reopen the deep ways beneath the lowest halls. The passages Gimli Glow-in-Sun had ordered, sealed a century ago. They found the Heartstone there," continued the middle dwarf, Frar, his rust-colored beard plaited with iron beads that clinked softly as he spoke. "A gem unlike any other, which glowed with its own inner fire. Our lawmasters recognized it as an artifact from the First Age, crafted by our ancestors in Nogrod before its fall. What they failed to recognize," Miriel interjected, her voice carrying the weight of memory no mortal could comprehend, "was that the gem was no simple treasure. It was a prison, crafted by the greatest dwarf smiths and elven mages of that age, to contain something that could not be destroyed by the powers they possessed." "A Balrog," Faramir whispered, the word itself seeming to dim the fire in the hearth. "Like the one in Moria that fought Gandalf," Nine nodded grimly. "Not so mighty as Durin's bane, but one of its kin nonetheless. The dwarves of Nogrod discovered it slumbering in the depths beneath their city. Unable to defeat it, they devised a means to extract its essence while it slept, binding it within the Heartstone. When Nogrod fell," Miriel continued, "the stone passed into legend, eventually finding its way to a dwarf outpost near Erebor. When that settlement was abandoned during the days of the dragon, the stone remained hidden, forgotten, until now. The merchant who showed it in Bree," Faramir asked, "was he its keeper?" A shadow passed over Nine's face. "No keeper, but a thief. He stole it from the exhibition hall where our council had placed it, not understanding its true nature. By the time we discovered the theft, he had already sold it to another, a tall figure in grey, whose face remained hidden. A servant of the enemy." The youngest dwarf, Mim, spat. "Though which enemy, we know not. Many powers in Middle-earth would seek to control such a weapon." "And what happens if they succeed?" Faramir asked, though in his heart he already knew the answer. "The essence within the stone awakens fully," Miriel said quietly. "Then it takes physical form once more, and a Balrog again walks the lands of Middle-earth, as has not happened since the fall of Khazad-dûm. Their journey eastward was beset by hardship from the beginning. Unseasonable storms lashed the countryside as they crossed the lone lands, swelling streams to raging torrents that forced lengthy detours. In the shadow of Weathertop, they were set upon by hillmen, whose crude weapons belied the cunning of their ambush, and whose eyes gleamed with an unnatural crimson light that matched the pulsing stone they sought. The stone's influence grows stronger, Miriel explained as they made camp in the shelter of a ruined watchtower days later. It calls to those with darkness in their hearts, bending them to its will as the essence within strengthens. But why did it call to me? Faramir asked, the question that had troubled him since Bree finally finding voice. I'm just a hobbit. The elf's ageless eyes studied him thoughtfully. Perhaps because of what you are, not despite it, hobbits have proven remarkably resistant to the influence of artifacts of power. The stone may have recognized in you a potential threat to its awakening, or a potential savior for its imprisoned essence. As they journeyed on, crossing the misty mountains through high passes already dusted with early snow, Faramir's dreams changed. Now he saw not just the mountain in flames, but a procession of hooded figures ascending a barren slope, the Heartstone held aloft at their center, its crimson light painting the rocks with what looked disconcertingly like blood. They take it to Gundabad, he reported grimly one morning. His companions gathered close around a meager fire as sleet rattled against the cave entrance where they had sought shelter. The old stronghold of Angmar in the northern mountains. Nine's face paled beneath his beard, a place of deep evil even before the time of the Witch King. The mountains there are honeycombed with tunnels that delve into darkness beyond reckoning, a fitting place to awaken something of shadow and flame. We must hurry, Fra urged, already packing his gear with the efficiency born of weeks on the road. And the northern route through Mirkwood will save us days compared to the path through Dale. Mirkwood remains perilous in its northern reaches, Miriel cautioned. The cleansing after Sauron's fall did not reach its deepest shadows. Better the perils we know than arriving too late, Mim countered, his young face solemn beyond his years. Faramir, watching the exchange, felt the weight of decision settle upon him unexpectedly. Throughout their journey, the others had increasingly looked to him when paths diverged or strategies were debated, not because of any particular wisdom he possessed, but because the dreams that guided their quest came to him alone. We take the forest road, he said quietly, surprised at the certainty in his own voice. The dreams show a full moon above Gundabad when they begin the awakening ritual. We have 12 days, no more. The Balrog's essence stirred within its crystalline prison, sensing freedom after millennia of dormant captivity. Through the facets of the Heartstone, it perceived the world outside in fragments, the hooded acolytes who carried it northward, the ancient stronghold with its deep chambers perfect for the ritual of awakening, and most clearly of all, the 5 pursuers who sought to prevent its rebirth. It focused its awareness particularly on the smallest of these, the halfling whose dreams it had invaded, hoping to drive him mad with terror. Instead, it had inadvertently created an adversary who now tracked it across Middle-earth with singular determination. The Balrog's consciousness pushed against the boundaries of its prison, sending pulses of malevolent energy outward, calling to creatures of shadow and corruption that still lurked in the northern forest. Spiders descended upon the companions as they followed the overgrown forest road, not the giant monstrosities of darker days, but hundreds of smaller cousins whose venom burned like fire in the blood. From stagnant pools rose mists that whispered with the voices of loved ones long dead, seeking to lure travelers to a watery grave. Ancient trees whose roots had tapped into veins of darkness beneath the earth bent their branches to block the path or snatch at unwary passers-by. Through it all, Faramir felt the stone's attention upon him like a physical weight, a burning pressure behind his eyes that made each step an act of will. Yet where his companions flagged, their spirits burdened by the forest's oppressive gloom, the hobbit found a well of stubborn resilience he had never known he possessed. "It's the took in you," Frár observed one evening, as Faramir coaxed a fire to life from damp wood, his hands steady, despite the exhaustion evident in the shadows beneath his eyes. Your ancestor had the same quality, a lightness of spirit that darkness could dim but never extinguish. On the 10th day, they emerged from Mirkwood's northern eaves, the forest reluctantly releasing them into a landscape of wind-scoured rock and stunted vegetation. Before them loomed the dark mass of Mount Gundabad, ancient stronghold of evil in the northern world, its peak wreathed in unnatural storm clouds that flickered with crimson lightning. We're too late," Mim whispered, despair evident in his voice. "The ritual has begun." "No," Miriel countered, her elven sight piercing the gathering gloom. "The storm is a harbinger, but the final awakening requires the full moon's light. We have hours yet, no more." They ascended the mountain through paths forgotten by all, save those who deliberately sought darkness. Narrow tracks that wound between jagged outcroppings and across fields of scree that shifted treacherously underfoot. As night fell, the storm intensified, forcing them to shout to be heard above the howling wind. Near the summit, they found the entrance to the ancient shrine, a doorway carved into the living rock of the mountain, flanked by weathered statues whose features had been worn away by millennia of exposure, leaving only the suggestion of forms that were neither human nor dwarf, but something older and more terrible. Within, illuminated by braziers of crimson flame, a circular chamber descended in tiers toward a central dais where the heartstone pulsed with blinding intensity. Around it, 12 robed figures swayed in unison, chanting in a language that made the very air shudder with its profane syllables. "Servants of the enemy," Nain growled, his hand moving to the war axe at his belt. "No," Miriel corrected, her ancient eyes narrowing. "They wear the mark of the Iron Fist clan, dwarves from the eastern mountains, long estranged from their western kin." "Impossible," Frár breathed. "Dwarves would never serve such darkness willingly." "Not willingly," came a new voice from behind them. The companions spun to find themselves surrounded by more robed figures, their leader a dwarf of great age, his beard white as snow, and his eyes gleaming with the same crimson light as the stone below. "But the heart calls to our blood, to the crafters who made it. We are compelled to complete what our ancestors began, the binding of the fire spirit's power to our service." "You don't understand what you're unleashing." Faramir stepped forward, his small stature a stark contrast to the armed dwarves surrounding them. "That's no fire spirit to be bound, but a Balrog, a demon of the ancient world. Once freed, it will consume you first, then spread destruction across all lands." The elder dwarf's smile held no warmth. "Spoken like one who has never tasted exile or persecution. My people have dwelt in the shadows of history while the 7 houses prospered. With this power harnessed, we shall forge a new kingdom greater than Khazad-dûm in its glory." "Listen to him, brother," Nain pleaded. "I too know the bitterness of exile. But this path leads only to ruin." For a moment, doubt flickered across the elder's face. Then the heartstone pulsed more intensely below, and the crimson light in his eyes flared anew. "Take them," he commanded. "The ritual requires blood sacrifice to complete the binding." What followed was chaos, rendered in steel and fire. Nain and his kinsmen fought with the desperate fury of those who understood the full stakes of failure, their dwarven blades cleaving through the ranks of their corrupted cousins. Miriel moved like living quicksilver, her ancient elven blade leaving trails of blue fire as it separated cultists from their shadows and their lives. Faramir, armed only with the short sword that had seemed almost ceremonial when they departed the Shire, found himself driven by instinct honed through countless practice bouts in the Great Smiles. Smaller and quicker than his opponents, he darted between their guard, his blade finding vulnerable points with uncanny precision. Yet for each cultist who fell, the Heartstone's pulse grew stronger, feeding on violence and death. The chanting from the central dais reached a fever pitch as the full moon's light penetrated the chamber through a circular opening in the distant ceiling. "The stone!" Miriel shouted above the din. "We must reach it before the ritual completes." Fighting their way down the tiered steps toward the central dais, they left a trail of fallen cultists in their wake. Yet with each step closer to the Heartstone, Faramir felt its influence, pressing against his mind like a physical weight, clouding his thoughts with visions of power beyond imagining. The ability to protect the Shire forever, to raise armies that would make even the proudest kingdoms of men tremble. "Do not listen." Miriel's voice cut through the fog, her hand gripping his shoulder with surprising strength. "It offers only illusions." At the base of the dais, the elder dwarf awaited them, flanked by his remaining followers. In his hands, he held an ancient hammer of dark metal, its head inscribed with runes that hurt the eye to look upon directly. "The hammer of binding," Nine breathed, "forged in Nogrod during the First Age. It's what they used to create the prison initially, and what we shall use to command the spirit within," the elder confirmed, a fanatic's light in his eyes. "Do one blow upon the heart as the moon reaches its zenith, and its power will be ours to direct. Or it will shatter the prison completely," Mim countered, "releasing the Balrog with no constraints at all." Doubt again flickered across the elder's face, stronger this time, as if the proximity to the ritual's completion had weakened the stone's hold upon his mind. In that moment of hesitation, Faramir saw his opportunity. Hobbits can move with remarkable stealth when motivated, and none of the cultists paid particular attention to the smallest member of the intruding party. While his companions engaged the remaining guards, Faramir slipped past their line, closing the distance to the dais in 3 quick strides. The Heartstone lay before him, pulsing like a living thing, its crimson light now shot through with veins of black that writhed like serpents beneath its surface. Within those depths, Faramir glimpsed a form taking shape, vast wings of shadow, a crown of flame, and eyes that held the malice of ages. The hammer of binding lay discarded on the stone floor where the elder had dropped it in the confusion. Faramir's hand closed around its haft, the metal burning cold against his palm. "Destroy it," Miriel called, her voice cutting through the chaos. "The prison cannot be repaired. It must be unmade entirely." "No," Nain's voice countered. "That gem is the work of our ancestors, a masterpiece of craft that cannot be replicated in this age. There must be another way." In that moment of indecision, Faramir felt a presence in his mind, not the corrupting influence of the Balrog, but something older and more familiar. A memory, perhaps, or something more. The image of his ancestor Peregrine, standing in the White City as shadow descended from the east, facing a choice between safety and duty. With sudden clarity, Faramir understood what must be done. The Heartstone was indeed a masterpiece, but like all great works, its purpose transcended its beauty. It had been created as a prison, but its makers had never intended it to hold its captive forever, only until a final solution could be devised. "Nine," he called, his voice steady despite the maelstrom of energies now swirling around the chamber as the ritual reached its climax. "Your ancestors didn't craft this stone to be a permanent prison. They made it as a vessel to contain the essence until it could be destroyed properly." The dwarf's eyes widened with realization. The great forge of Erebor. It's the only flame hot enough. Then that's where we must take it, Faramir decided. But first, we must stop this ritual. With a strength born of desperation, Faramir brought the hammer down, not on the heartstone itself, but on the dais beneath it. Ancient stone cracked with a sound like thunder, the carefully inscribed runes of binding shattering under the impact. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the cultists. The flow of energy reversed, the crimson light surging back into the stone rather than emanating from it. The elder dwarf screamed as the corruption that had sustained him was suddenly withdrawn, aging decades in moments as he collapsed to the floor. "We must go," Miriel urged, already gathering the heartstone in a cloth woven with elven enchantments. This mountain will not stand long now that the ancient bindings are broken." True to her warning, the shrine began to collapse around them, great blocks of stone falling from the ceiling as they fought their way back up the tiered steps toward the entrance. Behind them, the remaining cultists scattered in panic, their purpose forgotten in the face of imminent destruction. Under a night sky now clear of the unnatural storm, they fled down the mountainside as Gundabad shuddered beneath them. Great chasms opened in the earth, swallowing ancient shrines and dark temples that had stood since the elder days. By dawn, where a mountain of dread had loomed over the northern lands, only a shattered stump of rock remained, sealed beneath tons of collapsed stone. The great forge of Erebor roared with the heat of 1,000 furnaces, its flames stoked to heights not seen since the forging of great works during the kingdom's ancient glory. Around its periphery stood a solemn gathering, the king under the mountain himself, flanked by his counselors. Nain and his fellow exiles, now exonerated and restored to honor. Miriel, representing the fading elven realms, and at the forefront, seeming almost comically small before the vast forge, Faramir took of the Shire. "Are you certain this will destroy it completely?" the king asked, eyeing the heartstone with undisguised wariness. Even wrapped in elven cloth, its pulsing had grown more erratic during their journey to Erebor, as if the essence within sensed its impending doom. "The fire that forged it can unmake it," Nain confirmed. "But the unmaking must be guided by one the stone cannot corrupt." All eyes turned to Faramir, who stood straight despite his exhaustion. The journey had changed him in ways visible even to strangers. A newfound gravity in his gaze, a certainty in his bearing that belied his small stature. "The heart of the mountain, for the heart of the mountain," he said quietly, unwrapping the stone one final time. In the forge's reflected glow, the veins of darkness within it writhed with renewed vigor, a last desperate attempt to influence those present. With a nod from the king, the great bellows surged, and the forge's flames reached their zenith, a column of white-hot fire that roared upward with the sound of a dragon's breath. Faramir stepped forward, the stone held before him in hands that remained steady despite the searing heat. "Return to shadow," he whispered, words meant not for those around him, but for the ancient malice trapped within the gem. "Your time in Middle-earth is ended." With a single smooth motion, he cast the heartstone into the heart of the flame. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a scream of rage and despair echoed through the vast chamber, a sound not heard by ears but felt in the very soul. The forge's fire turned momentarily crimson, then black as night, before flaring with a light so pure and white that all present were forced to shield their eyes. When they could see again, the forge burned with its normal golden flame. Of the heartstone, no trace remained, not even ash to mark its passing. "It is done," Miriel said softly, laying a hand on Faramir's shoulder. "The last Belrog of Middle-earth has passed beyond the circles of the world." In the celebrations that followed, for dwarves never miss an opportunity for feasting, especially when great perils are averted, Faramir found himself honored in a manner no hobbit had experienced since the days of the Ring War. Songs were composed praising the courage of Faramir Took, the small one with the great heart who had faced darkness without flinching. Yet amid the revelry, Faramir found himself drawn to a quiet balcony overlooking the valley below, where the lights of Dale twinkled in the evening gloom. There, Nain found him, the elder dwarf's face solemn, despite the sounds of celebration behind them. "You sacrificed much," Nain observed, coming to stand beside him. The stone was a masterpiece of craft, beyond price, even without its contents. Many would have sought another way, tried to preserve it somehow. Faramir shook his head, watching as stars appeared one by one in the darkening sky. Some things aren't meant to be preserved, no matter how beautiful they appear. My ancestor learned that lesson with the ring. I'm just fortunate I didn't have to learn it the hard way. "What will you do now?" the dwarf asked. "You would be welcomed in Erebor for as long as you wish to stay." Few can claim to have saved the greatest kingdom of the dwarves twice in a single age. A smile touched Faramir's lips as he thought of green hills and round doors, of gardens in spring bloom, and the simple pleasures of the Shire. "I'm going home," he said simply. "There's a garden that needs tending, and tales that need recording in the Red Book. Someone should know what happened here, even if most hobbits will never believe it." Months later, as summer sunshine bathed Hobbiton in golden light, Faramir sat beneath the party tree, a leather-bound journal open on his lap. Around him, hobbit children played, occasionally casting curious glances at the strange silver bead that now adorned one of his curls, a mark of honor from the dwarves of Erebor that he had not had the heart to remove, despite its decidedly un-hobbit-like appearance. In the journal, his quill moved steadily across the page, recording memories that already seemed to belong to another life. The Heartstone's baleful glow, the ancient shrine atop Gundabad, the roaring forge of Erebor. Words that most who read them would dismiss as fancy, but which might someday guide another when darkness threatened again, as it inevitably would in the fullness of time. For if his journey had taught him anything, it was that darkness never truly vanished from the world. It merely waited, patient as stone, for the vigilant to forget and the strong to grow complacent. And when that day came, perhaps another unlikely hero would rise from unexpected quarters, not seeking adventure, but finding the courage to face it nonetheless when the need arose. Just as hobbits had always done when the world needed them most. Story 6. The ancient stones of Minas Tirith whispered secrets on the wind as dawn broke over the White City. 50 years had passed since the fall of the Dark Lord, yet in the forgotten corners of Middle-earth, shadows still stirred. In a dimly lit chamber, deep within the city's archives, a young hobbit named Pippin Leaf Thomas held his breath as dust scattered from the crumbling tome before him. His fingers, unusually slender for one of his kind, trembled as they traced the faded elvish script describing the legendary Mirror of Galadriel. "The waters show many things," he whispered, reciting the text. "Things that were, things that are, and some things that have not yet come to pass." The candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls as Pippin carefully turned the brittle page. Something slipped from between the ancient parchments, a shard of silver-blue glass, no larger than an acorn, wrapped in a scrap of malorn leaf. The moment his skin touched the fragment, visions flooded his mind. Fire sweeping across eastern plains, hooded figures moving through mountain passes, and a terrible crown being forged in darkness. Pippin gasped, dropping the shard. It clattered against the wooden table but did not break. He had heard tales of the Lady Galadriel's enchanted mirror from his great-uncle Peregrine Took, who had journeyed with the Fellowship during the War of the Ring. But how had a piece of it found its way into this forgotten book? "Some treasures are meant to be found when needed most," came a voice from the doorway. Pippin startled, knocking over his inkwell. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the torchlight of the corridor, Eldrin, the royal archivist, his silver-streaked beard and stern eyes giving him the appearance of an ancient sage. "Forgive me, Master Eldrin," Pippin stammered, hastily mopping up the spilled ink. "I was researching the history of—" "I know what you seek, young Leaf Thomas," Eldrin interrupted, his voice like stone grinding against stone. "The dreams have been troubling you for weeks now. The same dreams that have troubled others, sensitive to the currents of power in Middle-earth." Pippin's eyes widened. He had told no one of his nightmares. Visions of a growing darkness in the east, where the plains of Rhûn stretched toward the distant mountains. In his dreams, he saw robed figures performing rituals in an ancient tongue, calling to something buried deep beneath the ruins of Barad-dûr. "How did you—" "There are still those who watch," Eldrin said, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. "The White Council may have disbanded, but its purpose remains. The vigilance against darkness never truly ends." The archivist's eyes fell upon the mirror fragment, and something like fear flickered across his weathered face. "You have found a dangerous relic, Master Hobbit." The lady's mirror was shattered after her departure to the Undying Lands. Its fragments were scattered, believed to be powerless without her presence. But it seems some essence of her foresight lingers still. Pippin gathered his courage. "The visions I saw, they're real, aren't they? Something stirs in the east." Eldrin nodded gravely. "The followers of the Dark Lord have not all abandoned their master. Some believe he can be returned to Middle-earth through ancient rituals long forbidden. They search for vessels worthy of containing his malice." "We must warn King Eldarion," Pippin exclaimed, rising to his feet. "The king already knows of the threat, but evidence is scarce, and memories of war make him hesitant to muster forces based on shadows and whispers." Eldrin's gaze was penetrating. "But what is needed is certainty, proof that can be presented to the Council of the West." "And you think this fragment can provide such proof?" Pippin asked, looking at the innocuous shard. "Perhaps, but it would require one brave enough to use it properly, one whose heart remains uncorrupted." The archivist fixed Pippin with a meaningful stare. A week later, Pippin found himself far from the white walls of Minas Tirith, riding eastward through the brown lands beyond the Anduin. The mirror fragment hung in a silver pendant around his neck, warm against his skin. Beside him rode Eldrin, no longer in the robes of an archivist, but dressed as a ranger, a sword at his hip and a bow across his back. "We approach the crossroads," Eldrin said, as they crested a hill overlooking a weathered stone marker. Beyond lies the path to Morgul Vale, a place still tainted by ancient evils. "Is that where we'll find her?" Pippin asked, adjusting his small travel pack. "If the rumors are true, though why a Haradrim sorceress would dwell in such a place is beyond my understanding." They made camp that night beneath a stand of gnarled trees. As moonlight filtered through twisted branches, Pippin removed the pendant and placed the mirror fragment in a small bowl of water collected from a nearby stream. The shard seemed to dissolve, turning the water silver and reflective. "Careful," Eldrin warned. "The mirror shows many things, not all of which are easy to bear." Pippin steeled himself and gazed into the shimmering water. The surface rippled, and he saw a vast desert, then a city of red stone. A young woman with amber eyes and intricate tattoos covering her arms performed rituals under the tutelage of black-robed masters. He watched as she grew from an apprentice to a priestess in the dark arts, until one night she discovered the true purpose of her training, to help create a vessel for Sauron's return. The vision shifted to show her flight across the desert, pursued by her former masters, her desperate journey north, and finally her seclusion in a cave near the ruins of Minas Morgul, where she used her knowledge to establish wards against the servants of darkness. Asdrubal, Pippin whispered, the name coming to him unbidden. The water in the bowl suddenly boiled away, leaving the mirror fragment glowing hot at the bottom. "As she knows we search for her," Eldrin said grimly, "and now so do others." That night, Pippin's dreams were more vivid than ever. He saw the robed cultists gathering beneath a blood-red moon, chanting in black speech. At their center stood a figure wearing a mask of iron, directing their ritual toward a pulsating orb of darkness. When the masked figure turned, Pippin felt a jolt of recognition, though he could not place why. They reached the outskirts of Morgul Vale by midday. The land here was sickly, the vegetation pale and twisted, as if the very soil remembered the evil that had once dwelled here. Pippin felt the mirror fragment grow cold against his chest as they approached a narrow ravine. "We're being watched," Eldrin murmured, his hand moving to his sword hilt. "Not watched. Judged." The voice that answered came from everywhere and nowhere, accented with the harsh tones of the far south. "Why does a halfling and a descendant of Númenor seek Asdrubal the Exile?" Pippin stepped forward. "We seek your help. The servants of the Dark Lord move again, performing rituals to return their master to Middle-earth." A bitter laugh echoed through the ravine. "And you believe I would aid you?" "Aishri, who was once counted among those servants? The mirror showed me your choice," Pippin said boldly. "You fled rather than participate in their plans." Silence fell, heavy and tense. Then the air before them shimmered, and a woman materialized, tall and regal, with copper skin and eyes like molten gold. Intricate patterns covered her arms and face, some resembling script, others like maps of constellations. "But the mirror," she said, her gaze fixing on Pippin's pendant, "a fragment of the Lady of Light's vessel of seeing. How came you by such a treasure?" "It found him," Eldrin answered, "as such things often do when the need is greatest." Asdrubal circled them, her movements fluid as water. "For 40 years I have hidden, using my arts to disrupt the rituals of my former brethren. But their leader grows strong, and my powers wane." Her golden eyes narrowed. "What do you propose, little one?" "The mirror shows fragments of truth," Pippin said. "With your knowledge and its sight, perhaps we can discover their plans and stop them before they succeed." A half-smile curved Asdrubal's lips. "Brave words, but do you understand what you face? They seek not merely to conjure Sauron's spirit, but to house it within a living vessel, one with a connection to the ring that once held his power." A chill ran down Pippin's spine. "A connection to the ring? But who?" "That is what we must discover," she interrupted. "Bring forth the mirror, halfling. Let us see what truths it reveals when my arts combine with its power." That night, under the light of stars, Asdrubal prepared a basin of silver lined with runes. Pippin placed the fragment in its center, and the sorceress added water from a spring that flowed beneath her dwelling, water untainted by the corruption that plagued the Vale. As she chanted in a language that made Pippin's ears ache, the water began to glow with an inner light. Eldrin stood guard at the cave's entrance, his weathered face tense with anticipation. "Look now," Asdrubal commanded, "and see what paths lie before us." Pippin leaned forward, his reflection wavering in the luminous water. The surface rippled, and he saw the ruins of Barad-dûr, where hooded figures descended into catacombs that should not exist. At their center walked the iron-masked figure from his dreams, leading them to a chamber where dark crystals pulsed with malevolent light. "The Heartstone Ritual," Asdrubal whispered, her voice tight with fear. "They seek to bind his essence to a living heart, one that carries the echo of the ring's power." The vision shifted, showing Pippin something that made his blood freeze. Eldrin standing guard outside, but his face briefly wavering, revealing another countenance beneath, one with burning eyes and cruel features. "No!" Pippin gasped, jerking back from the basin. Asdrubal gripped his arm with surprising strength. "What did you see?" Before he could answer, a shadow fell across the cave entrance. Eldrin stood there, his silhouette strange and distorted. "Pippin," he said, his voice oddly resonant, "what have you discovered?" Asdrubal moved with lightning speed, flinging a handful of powder toward the entrance. It ignited in mid-air, forming a barrier of blue flame. "You are not what you appear, archivist," she hissed. "Or should I say vessel?" Eldrin's face contorted, then smoothed into an unnatural calm. Clever sorceress, but too late. His form seemed to grow, filling the cave entrance. The halfling was the key. His bloodline touches that of the ring-bearer himself. Through him, I found what I sought. "Run!" Asdrubal shouted to Pippin, thrusting the mirror fragment into his hands. "The ritual is incomplete. While you live free of his influence, there is still hope." As Eldrin, or what wore his shape, began to break through the magical barrier, Asdrubal pushed Pippin toward a narrow passage at the back of the cave. "We find the White Wizard's heir in the forests of Fangorn," she called after him. "Tell him Asdrubal invokes the Oath of Stars." The last Pippin saw as he fled was Asdrubal standing defiant, her arms raised as golden light poured from her tattooed skin to reinforce the barrier against the growing darkness that had once been Eldrin. The mirror fragment pulsed against his palm as he ran, showing him glimpses of paths through the mountains, of allies yet to be found, and of a final confrontation beneath the ruins of a dark tower. The battle for Middle-earth had begun anew, and once again, the smallest of beings carried the greatest burden of hope. As stars wheeled overhead, Pippin Leaf Thomas, descendant of heroes, ran westward, carrying with him both a fragment of ancient power and the terrible knowledge that the essence of Sauron had found its first foothold in the world of the living once more. The price of vigilance, it seemed, was eternal.